What's good, everybody? Welcome. I'm just sharing. There we go. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. It is later than usual, 12:16 p.m. I am very tired as usual. I need to come up with a new saying, but boy, am I fucking tired when I first wake up. So there's that. Hey, Future Sounds. Welcome. So I'm leaving Wednesday night for the festival. So that means that I am not going to the gym tomorrow. I'm actually just going to rest and try to finish my set. I've got 40-ish minutes in, and I need like 18 more minutes. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yikes. But it'll be fine. Let's see, what else are we doing? What else we got going on? Safe travels and have some fun. Thanks, Chuckles. Hey, Snail. I appreciate it, guys. The member goal that we have actually does not represent the actual number of members that we have going on, so I need to figure out a way to fix that giveaway. Maybe I'll just reset it. But we're actually at 48. Festival is Thursday. So I'm doing the pre-recorded set as I previously described, and it's going pretty well, I think. Actually, it's doing the thing. So if you guys want a sneak peek of what I'm doing, I'm not going to play the set because of copyright issues or anything, but let me see. We've got a playlist of... Hold on one second. We have a playlist of Cage, DMTR, lots of Chi, Ivy Lab, myself, more Cage, Chi, Frequent, Hudson Lee, Ivy Lab. That's pretty much Eunice, Emperor, or what's his name, Monument, Disprove, Eunice, Copycat. I feel like I'm missing one. Where was that? There was a tune specifically that I'm really excited for. Oh, this one. Oh, I think I can play this part for you. So I'll just do like... I'll just play this actual section, but I'm really excited about this part just because I've kind of done like a really short, kind of like chop and break version of this. But this is Cohen Sound's remix of Hudson Lee's Reflex Angle, and this is probably going to be like my favorite part of the set. And I probably should have put it later, but the way that I have things going, hold on one second, guys. Hello? 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 She probably butt dialed me. So yeah, there's this like really odd transition right here between operator bludgeoning and that tune. But what's really cool about it is that there's this progression that Cohen Sound has that almost sounds kind of like flamenco, but if you've heard this tune, it's like bum bum bum, and then this is a completely different vibe, and it goes into like bum 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 bum. So like I think that this is going to be like a really beautiful moment of that set. But other than that, I just did some cutting, and that's why I'm really excited for it. It's going to be awesome, man. So I'm really looking forward to playing this part and getting this transition in, because that's and there's more that I want to do to it. I just don't have the time. So have any of you guys been to a festival before? Because I have so many questions and like so many things. Like I'm a little bit low-key paranoid about bringing my laptop, and I have a pretty nice bag that to carry around with me and stuff, but like, am I even gonna have a place to put it? Am I gonna have a place that, you know, they said that I'll have a tent or something, but I'm like, what happens if it's raining? What happens if it's, you know, something else? What happens if, yeah, like every weekend for the past 10 years. So like, do you bring your laptop or what do you do? Like, how do you, you know, how do you go about that dilemma? What happens if I'm going to be there from Thursday to like Saturday, and I don't want to roll up to the airport, not have showered for 4 days or something, you know? So I'm a little bit not concerned, but I'm curious as to what the fuck I'm going to do. Golden tag. Big festivals will have what they call a lockup where you can stash gear. Oh, really? So I can just like leave my shit there? No, I'm not into festivals. I won't even watch my favorite band play live. Man, you should make a backup, watch your gear, have a plan B and C, and hope for no rain. Don't keep shit in your tent, especially not in South Africa. Well, I was just thinking that I was going to bring like a couple of copies of my thing, like via USB. Because I'm like, that does seem stupid. I don't know. On one end, I don't know if my set is going to be ready. But have a second laptop, bruh. I'm barely even paying rent with what we do here. You got to give me a break, man. You got to give me a break. I've got an NPC Live. Does that count as a second laptop? Speaking of, I've got some kick-ass features that I realized that you could do within the NPC Live, and I'm super excited to do that stuff. I wouldn't take my main system to a gig. Okay, that's good to know. I don't think that I'm going to then. So like my friend G Space is going to be there, and he was talking about like making music and stuff, but what I might do is just make some sounds and put it on a card and be like, hey, I didn't want to take my laptop, but I brought you some, you know what I mean? I brought you some cool stuff, and then we could just use whatever equipment they have if they bring it. Cause like, I don't know. I suppose I could bring the NPC Live to make tunes, but I don't know, man. I want to make sure that I have some time to spend with G Space and my other friends that are there, but I don't even know what to expect. But I appreciate you guys answering my questions, just because like I said, I have no idea what to expect. Oh, also, let's go into... No, we're going to do this one from scratch, I think. Because we're going to be doing some cool shit. Okay. So what I want to do with this is I actually want to make a color-based neuro rack. And I don't really care for the genre itself per means, but I think what I'm going to be doing is creating like a bunch of resonator stacks that are chords that will lead into like a filtering thing. So I think that would be pretty cool. We also need to distort it with some saturation. Although this isn't morphing that much, so maybe what we can do is set a couple parameters here that kind of switch that up. So kind of like that. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, perfect. That sounds great. Hey, Patricia. I haven't delved into the wavetable editor yet. The wavetable is dope, man. It's so good.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thank you so much for the follow, VTS404. I really appreciate it. Speaking of the giveaway, like I said, we actually have 48 members, so thank you all so much for helping support that. It means a lot to me. Hi, Dave. Wait, I don't know if I said hi or not, but I'm saying hi again, so that way you know that I'm saying hey. Hello, Patricia. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Okay, so one thing with this is that it doesn't really sound like, hey Wiggles. It doesn't really sound like this has a good fundamental, so. Yeah, just a little bit of like low end reinforcement I think is. Was that not enough low end, you say? Okay, we're gonna do another one here, but we're gonna flip that into a notch and place it right next to each other. That way it's just a little bit of a cleaner sound. Okay, so the next piece to this puzzle is we are going to do some resonator stuff. And I'm not really sure how I want to do this yet, but I'm going to kind of fiddle around with creating different chord stacks and stuff. And on one end, I'm going to try pitch shifters. So maybe something that's like this, let's maybe do, I don't know, this one. I'm quite excited for the new Dawson synth. Was that the one that Data was covering the other day? Hey, NX, what's up? So maybe something that could be useful for this is to do a filter. And then I technically only have to set this up one time because once it's set up, then I can just repeat this. Okay, we can't use that. Maybe we can use an audio follower instead. Maybe that'll do it. Huh. That is so cool. From one source in the synth itself, such a beaut. Wow, that's awesome. I am synthed out at the moment, Cardinal and Arturnia Analog Lab. If anybody can find me an OP1 for cheap, let me know, because I'll buy it. I definitely want to, like, that would have been, as overpriced as that is, I understand that that would have been, like, the ideal situation. Have I seen the stream? I've seen a couple things on it. I know they're not, but I was just thinking like that actually would have been like great for this particular situation because 345. Hold on one second. 345, 700 ish, and then this would be like somewhere over here. I would go for the poly and play. Well, it's not portable though. I mean, I already bought an MPC Live, so there's that. But the feature of the OP1 is the portability of it, right? Because I wouldn't even have to, I could just take my backpack and just play with that. And I don't really want to take my MPC Live because it's bigger than my laptop. Okay, so something else that I want to try, like, I actually really like that, but I'm going to turn that off because I think that there's something to that. But what I will do instead is grab one of these. Actually, I'm going to do like halfway and then change the macro. Change this to sync. Yeah, I actually had a Poly and Play on pre-order, but it's not coming out until July. Okay, so we've got that and we've got that. So maybe I'll just leave that macro here for the low end. And then maybe what we can do is grab another one of these, but we can change the chord into something different. So I'm just going to make this somewhat arbitrary. And then instead we can use resonators on here. So if we were doing something in D sharp, we could do D sharp 4. We could do A sharp. Then we could do what happened? Okay, that's pretty cool. So now maybe we need to give it that shimmer. So this is really interesting because using both of these in tandem actually sound pretty cool. So maybe something else that could be cool too is we can actually use a pitch shifter to Okay, so now that we have something like that, we can go into our normal processing where I learned something new, which is really awesome. We can do stuff like this. To where if you turn this down, I don't actually have to do the thing, but unfortunately, I'm going to jump to here because I don't feel like putting these up again, so I'm just going to do that again. So for some reason, within the mix on here, this only applies to... it only applies to bells and shelves. But even still, we can use that to create something kind of interesting, I believe. We kind of mix and match between the, oh fuck me, shit. If we mix and match between the things, so. Now so we're pretty much going to combine these ideas of like the color stuff with the neuro stuff, because I think that would be kind of interesting to kind of play with those harmonies and all that to see what we're actually doing. So color brain, that's really cool. Yeah, I think I really dislike that idea of like color in the first place, of like, oh, it's color, but you know, whatever. Oh, actually, I think that I wanted to do that. Wait, no, I wanted to do a little bit of both. So, whoa, fuck, what? We'll just grab a secondary one and kind of move that around somewhere. Wobble round and around with joy. Color something or other. adds a note that's not the fundamental. Right. I just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, like, I guess like you have to call that specific style of bass something, but I don't think that it's necessarily dictates the genre, because to me, for the most part, whenever I hear color bass, it's just melodic dubstep, which by all means is cool, you know, like I'm not hating on it, but at the same time, it's like, bro, it's just melodic dubstep. People have been doing that since fucking 2011. "2011, bro." We're gonna move those against each other, and then we're gonna gently boost and reduce these, kind of like so. And then I guess with this one, I'll probably just try something like that, so that way. Wow. I'm gonna grab a gain on this and reduce that by 8, and then I'm gonna distort it, because sometimes if you reduce the gain and you distort, then that could be. Alright, that is becoming a problem, so. That's kind of sick. We're just going to use a regular filter here. This area, like the 3 to 4K, is actually kind of important now that I think about it, because this is actually like where babies cry, and maybe having some kind of movement around there can end up being kind of interesting. So I usually end up throwing like some kind of convolution in reverse on here and making sure that it's somewhat tame. But sometimes, I don't know, maybe there's other stuff that I can use right there that would end up sounding interesting, like a phaser or something, or even a flanger. Maybe that could be cool. I like the spectral stuff though, so I like the idea of color sounds, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I think like that idea is really cool to explore, but I guess with this too, like it would be a lot easier if I actually recorded some chords and then put them in convolution reverbs, but I don't really want to do that. Just isolating particular harmonics with peaks. Yeah, so like creating your own custom comb filters, right? I think that's what you're talking about. I've done that with other things, with like physical modeling things, but not necessarily within the color genre. But so yeah, now that we have something like that, we've pretty much created like a couple of different options with this that I think are interesting. And then I guess what we can also do is maybe we can add an additional, probably just a saw wave or something maybe, and place that above to create more interest. And then what I could also do is I can use a high pass filter here to, I'm going to turn this off for a hot sec, actually all of these. Everything except for this guy. Because with this, we can use that as a means of like an extra tone. So we're really taking advantage of like all the different ways that we can add chords onto this, because we're using pitch shifters, we're using resonators to create a finite chord. This would probably be the most versatile, because that way, regardless of what you play, it'll create the actual chord. But even still, like, this is an experiment to see like how I can build something interesting in this realm. But the like color base, I'm probably making a lot of mistakes too, because quote unquote color base is not really my thing. But that's pretty fucking sick though. Did I break it? No, I'm fine. So maybe I'll turn this off. And instead of doing the correlation off thing, which kind of smears all the signals, I'll keep this on and maybe find a different way to spread these out. So maybe I can just add like certain aspects of this to each one. Maybe this could be the most spread out. Maybe not so much. There we go. Okay, so now let's see what happens if we... So these are definitely interesting ideas, but the problem with them is that they only create a single chord with that. And so I think that it would probably be a better idea to also use pitch shifters or even frequency shifters if you wanted to. No, I wouldn't want to do that either, because that's only finite. So get the envelope follower back on there. Okay. Maybe we can do like a different chord with this though. So maybe it could be like this. We could do I don't know, even something as basic as that, right? Just triads, and then push it up all a seventh. So sick. Yeah, so the envelope follower, I don't even know if that's going to work, because yeah, it's not going to work because the amplitude is too loud. So unless if I were to turn the entire signal down. But the drawback to that is that if I do that, then by themselves, the macros are not going to work, because it's just going to leave them off. So there's a challenge to, it could work with this one. But even still, right? So yeah, it's too loud. So what do we do? I guess we can turn down the overall output of this, or we can try. I'm gonna flip this one. What is this one supposed to be? Oh. It might be too Frankenstein-y. I'm gonna grab a note here and attach that to the LFO speed. Let's set our root note to D#1. And then maybe I can do some more work with this one. Well, that actually sounds okay there. So what if instead I created the chord stacks on these? So let me turn these off. And really what the goal is just trying to figure out something that I can use to... Well, hold on. Let me try it this way. Because that way I don't have to put a bunch of work in. But let's try routing this way and see what that sounds like. So what if I did plus 19 plus an octave or plus 2 octaves and then I don't know, maybe yeah, maybe 22. Let's see what that sounds like. That sounds pretty cool. So the other thing that we could try with this is instead of having the filter on here, that sounds really cool. So we could try something like this that What did I map that to? I think by like having just a little bit of this when it mixes in with the other signals would also be cool. Oh, I guess I quit my thing. I am not being very organized with this at all, but it's still cool because I've never done anything like this before, so it's interesting to see what's going to come out. Oh, shit. That sounds incredible. Oh, fuck. That sounds awesome. Okay, now I'm going to try putting this back over. I should play with ring mods more. Holy shit. That's insane. Yeah, this patch ended up becoming really cool. I've never done anything like this before. Wow, can you hear like the metal sounds that you're getting out of that? That sounds incredible. Hey, Levi, how are you? I hear you, man. Hold on one sec, guys. So, with creating these what, tonal harmonics, or creating these chords, I guess, or these multiple pitches and all that, we found some really cool and interesting things with this, to where you can get some really sick sounds just from I think the coolest thing I found today was using the ring mod in that way. Like, that sounds fucking sick. Been listening for a little while. Love my sound say. Thanks. Yeah, I kind of just wanted to revisit, like, maybe the idea of combining some of the aspects that go into designing a color base with neural processing. So, which, to be fair, those kind of go hand in hand anyways, but whatever. should we call this? Oh, never mind. I got an idea. Color chaos. That seems perfect. Color 1. Filter color 2. This one is a narrow rack. Ah. Add 5T. Add 5T. Pretty nuts. I wonder if I can actually, so something that might be worth checking out within this is seeing if I can change the note with the frequency. So if we set this at like I wonder if you can actually tune this to some extent. I don't know, maybe let's just do like 500 hertz. Hey, Psycho. Setting the modulator as another source in the patch. Oh, as far as the ring mod goes, so using like an external. Let me see. We can try that one. I guess we could use that. Like a wavetable or something. Is there a sideband on here? I think there's only a sideband if you're actually doing it within FacePlant. So you can use this as external, or you can do it with the self, but I think it sounds the coolest with that one. That's what I did. It was an external, and it will trace it. But I think, like I said, I think that unless if you have the ring mod on, unless if you have the ring mod on the on phase plant, you can't set it to sideband. Right, that's what I'm saying. But even still, it's not gonna take. I don't think that it's gonna take this. I don't think it's gonna take the sideband. It's gonna take this. Yeah, because that's not making a difference. I think the only way for that, like I said, I think the only way for that to work is if you go here and then you go sideband. Only if it's on phase plant though. Look in PP in the snap window at the bottom. Oh, on this. Okay. Okay. But I still don't think that works. It's working. You just can't hear it. He's right. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Okay, I'm gonna save this wavetable as color chaos. We're gonna throw that in Eternum 4. This will be a great patch for you guys whenever it's ready. It's not really making that much of a difference though, but it's definitely doing stuff, but not that much. Although it does, well, it is in key, so there's that. Yo, Chow, thank you so much for subscribing. That sounds really nice. I mean, it's a little crushed, but... All right, so what excuse me. So what's creating that insane shrieking sound now? Oh, it's this. That's really fucking cool though. Wow. I'm gonna save this as a Color Chaos 2 variation. Yeah, so like if you wanted to do something that's like I don't know. That's fucking cool. These drums suck, but well, they don't suck, but they're very quiet compared to that. So, yeah, I could see that being like a really cool possibility for that. I mean, this is just a stupid loop concept, but as far as creating, you know, something something that works within that, granted the mixing of this, which would be the next challenge to fix, I do not know how to do that, but yeah. Between Dash and I, anything is possible. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. Juniors will be able to cover the class on Thursday. I'm not sure if I can teach them Calgary, if I should just record something. But yeah, so creating something like this is kind of interesting because it's starting to kind of take shape in a different light, to where, as opposed to just doing generative racks like I usually do, you can kind of turn this into chord stacks and stuff. So this will be a really fun tutorial to come up with that I think would be a good way to leave, because I leave on Wednesday, so I guess I'll do something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Pretty interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wish that I suppose I could, but I could always like not do that, or not do it with the rack, and instead use something that is more in the sense of I can use a vocoder, but I wanted to keep everything within the same synth. So there's that. Although I will say I like the other patch better, or the first version, just because of that ring mod of like that. That's pretty flippin' sick. So yeah, what else can we try? I did save this, right? Okay, I did. So I guess just like looking at how I've been trying to just look at different means of variating like the quote unquote like hybrid neural based approach. And that's good, because even though like every time I do it better and I get something more interesting, I'm still looking for variations that I can create to where like I want Eternum 4 to be like not just about the new modulators and stuff, because not really a lot changes, to be honest. Even though they do cool shit, what you hear and what you're going to expect is not going to be that much different. However, if I can find new racks or new approaches to racks, I think that would be something that is going to last a lot more, or like really set itself apart from version 1, version 2, and version 3. That was actually pretty good. Nice wavetable. So, yeah, I don't know. Just switch that up a bit, so that way we can get different stuff and articulate this more. Hey Stefano, how are you? We're gonna do some more stuff to this, but I think that was a good starting point. Okay, so we will start there. I'm gonna go like this. Pull the gain up. Pull the resonance up. Move it back down. I love this freaking thing. It's so cool. Okay, so right here we need to move that. Pull the gain down, pull the slope up. And then we're going to do the same thing here where we go into the automatic EQ and apply all of the same things to where and go like this, pull the tone up. Sweet. So it doesn't seem like much, but now there's a lot more interest to this. So once we add in our filter to that and we begin to do this guy, like 80 hertz. Yes. Yes. That's why we come to the channel, right? That's why we do the things. Okay, so what are some other things that we can do to this? Or maybe there's just like some different thought process that hot thoughts that we can consider. Sorry guys, that we can consider with doing stuff like this. So for example, we could Okay, so just thinking about adding like different tonalities to that and stuff too could be interesting. I don't really, that's part of the reason why I don't really like using resonators, is because it pretty much makes it a one-trick pony or a one-note pony. But doing stuff like this makes more sense, because that way no matter what pitch you play, it will, you know, it'll actually stay in harmony with that. Right. Which sounds really cool to me. Okay, now this one seems to be the primary, like the most prominent one. So if I were to add another one here, like this, and then I were to use some kind of thing like this, actually I'm gonna force that back into not smooth mode. Hey Mike Galaxy, how are you? So, okay, so this is probably the best way to do things, is by using a pitch shifter that helps move only certain aspects of the frequency range there, as opposed to doing complete stacks of the entire thing. So I like this, and that means that there's a lot of room for interpretation with this, because on one end, what we can do now, like I was talking about from before, is we can just have one just one particular, oh my God, one particular chord. And then we can change this and duplicate this to a secondary one and have this become a different chord. So if we turn that on, and then maybe we pitch everything up by, that would be 15, that would be 19. We would have to stack this with another one, which would be fine. So we go 12 and then 15. And then for this one, we would do that same thing where we would go here, which is probably going to fuck the sound up, but it doesn't matter because there's that. Recently started studying your tutorials, respect. Dude, thanks so much. And since you're here, like, please feel free to ask any questions that you may or may not have. So, wait, what did I just do here? So, yeah, essentially sending these extra stacks through our regular processing chain would not be that big of a deal to do, but yeah, like I said, with that, there's a lot of interesting things that we can find through that. I'm just gonna place these on. That sounds crazy. Hey, Michael. Okay, so now let's see if we can get some interesting stuff through this. Okay, so on this one now, we will offset this all. Where is the... Oh, there it is. I hope that in the future they add slopes to this, because that would make this a lot more useful. just made a preset, or not a preset pack, I just made a sample pack, but I don't remember what I did with it. Hold on one second. Is it on here? Is it on here? Sample pack. Thanks, members. Breaks. Maybe it's under recent drums. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. All right. Where are we at? So, sample pack, recent drums. Let's try one of these. That sounds cool. Wait, we've already used that one twice on those two effects, so I'm going to use a different one. Whoa. Or maybe I didn't. I don't remember, but whatever. That sounds pretty badass, though. All right, I'm going to go back into that sample pack. Maybe? Oh, I lost chat for a sec. Sorry, guys. Okay, I have chat back. That's pretty cool. This one goes to the bottom. It'd be nice if I could change the color of that, so that way I know which one I'm using. Okay, so... The only problem with making these is that I don't think that, unless if you've got excuse me, unless if you have like a really decent computer, then I don't know who's going to be able to run these. Because of the CPU. The CPU. Think of the children. Think of the Chromebooks that these kids are using. I can run it. What if I add another in resampled mode? Yeah, I hear that. I mean, in theory you could just drag a note and then do the thing, but yeah, sorry guys, but your Steam Deck isn't going to be able to keep up with this. Oh wait, Steam Deck or Linux doesn't support VST anyway, so that doesn't work. But I do like this idea of, you know, figuring out what can I add to these kinds of things to create like interesting. Like it might even be cool to add another one of these racks that's completely based off of, you know, like a ring mod or something. Or picking one or two effects and then just being like, all right, I'm going to make this sound fucking incredible. Incredible. Fucking incredible. I don't know, maybe something like this. We're gonna make that bipolar. Wait, what? What does this map to? Oh. I was like, huh? What am I doing? What are you doing in my swamp? Okay, there we go. Oh, fuck. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Let's add another one. Some cool ghost sounding things, or like wind almost. Okay, so what happens if I send some kind of other stereo tail image into this, like this, for example? But like just a little bit at a time. Wait. Live streams? No. Okay, I'm just making sure that I have a limiter on a couple of these. The middle two, like, these two don't matter so much, but the first one and the last one do, because that's where you've got all of that, like, feedback stuff that can build up and create, like, a lot of problems. I really like how in some of these you have that like chord pitch whipping, or that chord like filter thing, kind of like that. That's really cool to me. I actually like it better without that stuff, because with the stereo stuff it makes it sound really thin and kind of like grainy in a way that I don't really like. So I'm wanting these things to sound more like lush. Yo, Aaron, thank you so much for subscribing. Alright, dope. Yeah, does anybody have any other questions about anything that I did today? I think that this is an interesting avenue to explore and to kind of just test out and see if I can get anything else from that. But what I'm kind of thinking about is just different approaches to, I've already said that a billion times, but I'm thinking about different approaches to creating these neural bases and stuff that can become more than what they initially were. Because the other thing that I'm wanting to tackle is like there's this aspect of mixing that I'm wanting to try to do, or sorry, let me rephrase that. I'm wanting to start creating stems. And with those stems, I'm wanting to create bass phrases. And I think that from a realistic approach, it's not going to happen if I just record. Yeah, that'll probably be the next thing that I do, because I'm not done streaming yet, but that'll be the next thing that I try. But I'm wanting to figure out how to use these stems and stuff, or make neuro stems, so that way I can load it into the MPC Live and start playing around with like bass phrases and whatnot. I found out that there's a really cool thing that you can do, just like how you can use the sampler to offset. Hold on one second. I'll just do this. But just how you can use the velocity to offset where this starts, you can actually do that in the MPC Live as well. So I'm wondering, and I'm wanting to look back at like the whole mixing approach with this stuff, because what I'd like to do is figure out how to make these sounds as close to usable as possible with minimal processing, so that way I can get a relatively flat sound through all this and be able to throw these inside of my stuff. Because actually this is not bad. Like, if this was by itself, this would actually be relatively usable because it's relatively flat. There is that harmonic in there, but when it comes to like all this other shit, like this is going to be insane. But look at how wide and how varied this is going to become. Yeah, so that becomes much more mid focused. So perhaps I can just lower that and then maybe reset this from pre to post. And then with this stuff, I'm going to add another band here, because around there, I would want this to be a little bit higher. And then around here, I would want this to be 6K. So what? 3 to 12, I guess. Let me turn this off for a sec. What is this actually outputting? Minus 15 compared to... Alright, so what that's telling me is we lost the sub. Let's see what that's at now. Okay, that's better. There we go, because that's what's most important, is that stuff with the chords are coming out. I need to up my multiband game. Just get multipass. It'll fix all your problems. So what is this? Alright, so like taming something like that would be good. I don't want a shelf. Yo, Aman, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Okay, so that's so now I'm going to use another EQ and try to see how this looks now and see if anything is being I mean, that's okay. The sub is the loudest thing, and then obviously through here we've got different pieces of movement and all that, but if there's a way that I can bring some of that back, then that would be ideal. So which I think that's going to achieve. Yeah, there we go. So now the thing that we want to focus on once we get this, we're still, it's there at some pieces. But the thing that I want to focus on now is, for one, I'm just going to saturate the hell out of this, but to get it all nice and squashed, is there's two things. The first thing that is I would like there to be a little bit more crispiness on the high end. The second thing is we want some stereo because it seems kind of flat. And with this, excuse me, I'm surprised my computer hasn't blown up yet, but yeah, I really want that to be like crunchy. So, I mean, this is about as close as I feel like I can get with this, just because I don't really know how else to get that really nice wide sound that's also like super crunch. But, excuse me, but it's close. And so by resampling some of this stuff and doing the things, I think that hang on, save me some CPU. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm gonna scoot over. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty full, but there's still, again, just a quality of crunch that I'm looking for. And that's kind of like, this is the last piece of the puzzle I feel like I need to figure out with making these sounds is how do I make this sound not so lo-fi-ish, because everything still seems pretty dark, even though, I mean, even though this is relatively, I wouldn't say that it's relatively flat, and then there's that little guy that's starting to come up now, which I did not see from before. But but as far as like creating that kind of like crunch or whatever, there's I'm not really sure what else I could do to this. What about OTT, Alchemy? No, because OTT, I've already got something that's like an OTT, but with this it ruins so much. The thing is that you might gain some high end, but you lose a lot of thickness of your sound, and that's not what you want. That's not what you want. Plus, this multipass that I have on the channel like 2-3 times over is already pretty much serving as an OTT, but it's a much better way to do it because you don't lose your mid. You don't lose your mid band or whatever. You don't lose the insane mid stuff. But yeah, I'm not really sure what else I want to do to this, to be honest. I mean, I suppose I could try to tame the mids, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and save this patch. Think about doing some other processing to this as far as mix-wise stuff, but yeah, I don't know. How are you guys? What's going on? How's life? Ouch. Let's save the preset to library. Let's call this free mastering idea candidate. Inspiring stuff. Thanks. Life is art at the moment, feeling like making a track. How about you? I am the same. I want to make music, but I am not allowing myself because I don't want to try to start something before I leave. Because I know I probably won't finish it. So I'm going to use a curve on this. and see if that does anything for us. And I'm going to see if I can make some wavetable stuff that... Who's my favorite producer right now? As of late, I've been listening to a lot of Chi and Cage. A lot of sounds that I've been trying to make as far as like drums and bass and stuff have been, I guess a lot of songs in general have been modeled after a lot of that, or after them. There's a lot of people that I look up to, though. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is change this. Each one of these to something different. So what I would like to do is I am going to randomize this and see if I can get like, I'm going to try to be a little bit more subtle with the random stuff to see what I can get away with as far as Yep, kind of like that. So something that is still like random, but a little bit more refined, if that makes sense. So the reason why I'm thinking about creating phrases like this again kind of has to do with the idea of trying to create stuff that is going to be more usable in the long run. So I'm going to map those there. That way these two will be pit against each other, and then you can just move those across, because I don't want these to actually go in the opposition of each other. So that sounds really cool. Filter verb. There we go. Yeah, so I still want something that's kind of crunchy. And now I want different ways that I can kind of morph in between this stuff. would like this to... It does, technically. Maybe I'll throw this on the entire thing and see what that does. I think I want a flanger on that because I want it to be like... Yeah, kind of like that. I might want to put that on this one though, because I think the high end is where you get like that really prominent like. Yeah. So. And I wish that this... I like this reverb for some use cases, but it sounds so metallic and like fake. So like this seems a little bit easier to work with just because it's more predictable. It does have some elements of randomness to it, but it's not completely, you know, it's not completely all over the place. And there's some really cool sounds that are within that, so. Like, that's really fucking cool. And so, like, by taking those phrases and stuff and doing it in that way, like, there could be some, it could be easier to make the stems and whatnot, like I was talking about. So, like, maybe something else that we can consider is to is to save this as like simple slope, and then that way we could just go back to it as opposed to that. But we can start to shape this with different ideas now of using the curve. This is so cool. And then like maybe even doing stuff where it's like that's really freaking cool. But, you know, when you're starting to look at things on the idea of creating phrases, so we need to figure out what is oops. So we need to drag the window to finish the frame. And we can use that by creating points like this in which to do so. So, and it doesn't really matter. Excuse me, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm dying. I'm just trying to get back to the original. I don't think that I'm doing the right one. Should be this one. So yeah, that was the wrong one the entire time. But we can move that over to that one. So we can do something like move that over here. And do something like that. Right, and then we can set the retrigger to like never retrigger from the note on. So that way whenever we play this, it will always do something. It'll just play along the line. And that's actually more useful to me because We're getting a lot more stabs in this. Yeah, so if I were to it sounds pretty wide, so you know, even if we were to just throw that into a sampler and like we only used like this much, right? Like there's a lot of stuff in here that we can maybe like this much. Right?
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Taco and Din Bosch, thank you so much for the follow. So, I mean, with yeah, just thinking about how I can incorporate some of these things within this, and I might start doing, I guess I've kind of already done that with the bases and stuff that I've already made, but like I said, I'm just trying to think about how I can get more usable results. And I guess it doesn't really matter, but I think I could probably just replace all this stuff. Like, what I could even do is just this with like that, and then if we then we can even do stuff like this to where we're synchronizing in between the window. So that way we're getting lots of different results in that way. But something else that might be worth mentioning on this is that if we were to do something like this, where we were to, hold on one second. Okay, so if we were to do this and duplicate this and go from here to here, we've got a high. Wait, we've got a low. Now we've got a high. What is this at? I'm going to set that to 100 hertz-ish. It doesn't really matter, but from this point, we can, you know, do all of our crazy stuff where we start just being insane with our processing and whatnot of blah, blah, blah. Typically speaking, I map these to macros, but it doesn't matter in this particular case just because I don't give a shit. But what will be important with all that is the idea of using these and sending this through these other chains here, because when you start to think about doing stuff in this way, I'm just gonna see how badly I can destroy this, which you don't have to go very far, but even still, pretty fun. We can do some kind of filter thing with this, I suppose. And grab this and do the thing. Send it through some kind of reverser. What else do I want to do to this? It doesn't really matter because I don't really care how this is going to sound in the first place, but even still, how far is this going? 21.4 hertz. Oh, yeah, that's a wide range. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now that that is there and it's doing the thing, we can still force it through these movement, like these shapes. So this is going to obviously do whatever the fuck it wants to do, which is great. But what is this supposed to do? Curve rate denominator? Oh, that's the speed. But if we have this set off, then from this we've created these different like variations of this like insane thing, but we forced it into a shape. Likewise, we can do this the opposite way and probably do this way as well. So I don't remember what that original routing was, but I wanted that to... I actually think that that would be cooler. Yeah, but if we do that, we don't need that. All right, so what happened there? Oh. Maybe if I change these all to sync and then just set these all to never retrigger, that could help with creating more variation behind this. Never retrigger. Never retrigger. Never surrender. Never. I don't know why it keeps popping off of that whenever I click that, but whatever. That sounds really cool too now, because you get that like that really cool kind of like so what we can do is we can actually map this to random, that's fine, but this will start to change the size of that to where Yeah, I still feel like this thing is holding this back, because if I were to just... But what I want to do with this is send this into a limiter that's not going to be absolutely insane. Or at least just try to control that aspect of it. And then same thing with this one of tossing a limiter on here and then just trying to control that. So... That's fucking cool. When it works, it works, and it sounds great. So we'll save that as phrase maker. Did I lose connection? What's going on here? Ouch. Sorry. Yeah, so, you know, just making different sounds like this is kind of... Where did I save that? That's kind of what the goal is and what I'm trying to do with making stuff sound unique and whatnot. I think what I'm going to do is, as this comes on, I'm going to turn this off. Yeah, again, I don't know. That's just one of those things that I'm still kind of like, ah, man, why does this still sound like, how do I make stuff like this sound bigger? Because it's heavily distorted, and obviously like there's stereo information and whatnot in there, but there must be like something going on there, whether it be intermodular distortion or something of just destroying, or maybe there's some specific peaks throughout this that is making everything, which would be intermodular distortion. But pretty much figuring out how to control stuff. To make it more usable. And I'm kind of like wondering what would happen if I don't have a maximizer, but I'm kind of curious to see what would happen if I threw a multiband maximizer on all this stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything? Or anything that you guys would like to know about? I guess we just wanted to do some bass stuff today. Always good to revisit bass. Shit. So yeah, I don't know, just fucking around and seeing different things that I could mess with. Thanks. I'm just fucking around, guys. That actually didn't sound too bad. Oh wow, we hit 12K. Yay. Yay. We hit 12K. What happened there? Bruh. Why is that stopping like that? What the f- Oh, it's because it's bipolar. Today's a shitty music day idea, but it's fine because I'm just having fun with like trying shit out. And that's really all I care about, is just kind of goofing off and louder. Okay, that turned out to be sick, so... Maybe. Thinking about it. So maybe what I can do is bring back this this other thing that we saved from before with that color chaos preset. Maybe this one. And then I'm just gonna save this as color chaos snappy. Close that and then grab this guy. Is this on? Nope, this isn't working. Or am I tripping? Or that's not working, right? The improvisational corridor. What? No, this is not working. Am I soloing the right thing? I am, but... So that all should be going into that, but why isn't that working? Okay, well that works, so we can just... toss something back into there and do stuff like this, where we lead things in and let them fade out. wonder if it's because everything is being sent out to this one. So what happens if I do this and just bring these to all of the other ones, kind of like so. That sounds pretty sick. Hey, Masva. Hey, Gabe. Yeah, we were kind of just messing around to see what was going on with this guy, because I was wanting to get into thinking about making like phrases and bass stems and stuff, but there's a matter of like clarity and mixing and whatnot that I'm trying to put forethought into, so that way I can use these stems to throw into like an MPC or something. But yeah, it's something that It's something that I'm not really sure what I want to do. And then the other thing too that's kind of fun is I can take this and move that over and start to play with different melodies and shit that would be fun to work with. Yeah, sure. Between $50 and $90. Good mixing headphones between $50 to $90. I think that you should save your money and wait a little bit and then consider getting Audio-Technica MTH 40s. Because within that price range, like, it would be so much better for you to just wait a little bit and save a little bit more money. But the Audio-Technica 40s is what I made. Hold on one second. The M40X's, Audio-Technica M40. If you can find the M40s, that's even better, but the M40X isn't that bad. But these have a 5-star review. Oh, these are 120. Okay. There we go. Maybe. Oh, I hit. It's too many. Hold on one sec. How do I share? My limit is 140, so I would recommend these. And headphones are hard because, like, unless if you get a chance to try them on with your specific kind of music, then it's tough. But these have served me well. I still have a pair of M40s. My partner, oh look, they're standing right there. My partner, I gave them to her so that way she could make music on the computer and stuff. But she doesn't really. She's been busy. Hasn't really done that. What's it called? Hold on one second. Yeah, I made Insomnia with these, well, with the M40s, but these have a decent response curve and they just sound good and they're not too harsh. I would not go for the M50Xs, would not recommend that at all. But as far as closed back headphones, these are pretty good. Is she going to start learning Bitwig? Well, I taught her Ableton, a lot of Ableton. She taught herself a lot of stuff too, but she's a classically trained composer and a pianist. And so she knows a lot of things about music way better than I do. But with her job and like what she does, you know, it's she keeps herself pretty busy. So I don't get to see her do that stuff that often, but she's really great at a lot of that stuff, and she has a really good ear for music and whatnot. So if and when she does return to it, she's got all the tools she needs. And then I'm secretly trying to teach her how to use the MPC Live, but she's got so much, like I said, she's got so much stuff going on that it's hard to be like, you know, hey, come do music with me when you've got all these things and you'd rather be doing other things, right? What kind of person would I be? It's hard. But yeah, in any case, these are really good and they sound really good. I mean, I made the, I think that this is probably the best mixed tune that I have. And I did have a sub pack with these, but, what are we doing here? What are we doing? My beloved. Am I even on here? I wonder. I don't think I am. Where are you, my beloved? I don't know why it will not search. Dude, I don't want to fucking search through Apple Music. I want to search through my own library. How do I fix this? Because it's really fucking annoying. I hate iTunes. Cannot stand it. Songs. Fuck off. Songs. Song is. Bruh. Why? Can somebody tell me why I don't have... Like, where is my fucking... Library. Library. Okay. Just breathe. Breathe. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Why is this not on here? My shadow is with me. What the fuck? Where's my music, dude? Insomnia. They need their own audio card because I have a laptop. No, you can just plug a 1/4 cable or a 1/8 cable in. Okay, I don't know why this is searching the iTunes store, but it's driving me fucking crazy. Thank you. No. Thank you. Shit. Okay. Yeah, but I mixed this tune on those. And this was in 2018. So I think it's pretty well mixed. There's some things that like I just did not have the knowledge for, but as far as it being a clean mix, I was able to get some pretty good stuff. Yeah, so I can recommend those. Dun dun dun. I guess I could make a shitty song out of this, because I've already got two different. I think he was just talking about like, does it need a driver for the headphones? Because like, some headphones require high impedance in order for them to work the way that they should. Yeah, so I guess you can like repeat that a couple of times. These shitty drums. The doof is okay, but this snare is... Such bright. Oh, on the sides. Wait, on the mid. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. It's probably easier to just do that, so. A weak snare. Weak. Okay, can we like select everything maybe? It's okay though. I know how to fix it and make it smack more. And I think that the sidechain now is not... Yeah, what's interesting about this too is I think we can probably use Yeah, this is really stupid, but I'm having fun just fucking around with it. I have to go. That was cool. Yeah, thanks for sticking around. Yeah, dude. Likewise. This is so dumb. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything? I mean, we pretty much covered everything that I wanted to today. I didn't really get a loop going that I was happy with. But something that I was trying to focus on is just trying to get some louder and more crispiness out of some of these tunes, because there's this matter of like stereo hi-fi, I would say, that take a listen to this. Right? So that kind of sound with that high speakerness. Can I please go through the Neurobase patch I just joined? You could just scroll through all the way through the back, but I've made some changes to it over time, but it's a triangle with a saw with some FM, and that was supposed to be and then it's got some filtering, distortion, bass is on mono, got a mid band, it's got a wonky filter again, some chorus that's in mono, some ensemble, flanger on the top, saturator, pushing the dynamics up, low pass filter, reverb on the mid band, limiter. Then that goes also into this macro that changes over time. That's pretty much just, you leave the low end alone and you use a pitch shifter. These are identical, so that way they're both changing the pitch at the same time. This is your sub, this is not, and you just kind of slap on a bunch of effects and turn randomizers on and do the thing. So that's how you get that stuff. Thanks. There's still a lot of stuff that is not, that I'm trying to figure out within this, just as far as a means of mixing, as far as a means of just higher quality sounds, I guess would be the best way that I could describe that. Of how do I figure out how to bring more out of the sounds that I already know how to make, because the character is there. And I think that that's like the last problem that I have to solve with making the tunes that I'm going to be happy with, is just how do I make these things sound bigger. So I don't really know. And I feel like it's all right in front of us, you know, with what small changes need to be adjusted and XYZ, but I know that I'm close, and I know that somebody out there who's, you know, gotten their hands on some of these patches have been able to make some really cool, sick shit. So, so there's that. But if anybody figures it out, then tell me so I can save you a bunch of time. Yeah, I don't know though. It's kind of just one of those things that I'm trying to get better at, and at this point, yeah, it's just the mixing. The mixing is my last big problem that I find myself being stuck at. So mixing my bass better, and making the drums and like these mid-range basses, or even the sub or whatever, just fill out more of the frequency range and sound fuller, because that's like really the only thing with that, you know. But once you have all that, it's like there's not really anything else to figure out. Yeah, I will. And I keep trying to reach out to the people that do have the answers. It's just one of those things that, you know, is going to not only take a little bit of perspective shifting on my end, but also a matter of like, all right, well, what am I missing or what am I overlooking? Because I think that's really what it is I'm overlooking something. But yeah, do you guys have any questions about anything that we did today? I feel like an in real life session with someone knowledgeable is an ideal scenario. Yeah, that's true. And I guess there are some producers out here where I stay, but I don't think anybody does what I do. And that's not even necessarily a bad thing, but it would be extremely helpful. Even with like, actually I'd take any genre, right? With all that stuff. So like there's a Chi Master class that I've been watching religiously, and then also, oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. I've also been having talks with some other people, Cage, and I've had some talks with Frequent and Hudson Lee and stuff, but there's really just a matter of looking at specific things and figuring out, like, I want to know why things are the way they are, and I want to know like what affects what that could cause those kinds of problems. And obviously it's always going to be like, it depends, right? It depends. There's no way around that. It's always going to depend. But even still, I'm like, okay, well, what are some strategies in particular scenarios that we can use to be like, oh, well, this isn't working out, but I can use this instead to, you know what I'm saying? I can use this instead to help remedy that. Yay. We passed 12,000 subs. We did it. Such a rabbit hole in a good way. Makes me feel like the music thing will be pleasurable forever. Well, there's always something to be solved, right? And as new technology comes out and as people start discovering new ways to approach sound or new formulas or whatever, it's always going to bring about new problems. But the other thing too is like defining a character, and really what I'm trying to establish is a baseline, no pun intended, but a baseline or a foundation of like, okay, I can get everything sounding okay together from here. Now, how do I explore and put character into it? If that makes sense. Because as of now, it's like, does it work or does it not work? And why isn't it working? And I haven't figured out quite how to solve those problems yet. Or like, how do I achieve a specific character that I'm looking for and then I can meld it? Oh my god. I need to eat something. And so, like, when taking all those things into consideration, what we're really looking at is kind of just a matter of like, how am I'm still searching for that particular character that I'm looking for, right? And there's some things that are going to hold me back from that forever. Like right now, I'm in a shit mixing environment. I'm sitting directly in front of the AC that's coming out of the wall. I have tinnitus. Like, I have things working against me, but at the same time, they're not that bad. So there should be a degree of like being able to get closer. I think what I want to do now is just maybe something very simple to where we can chill. I'm going to take a break and throw some pizza on the stove here in a second, but before I do that, we are going to work on some nice, easy that is extremely quiet. I feel like what a lot of sound design centric music lacks is obvious emotion. Very inclined to disagree, but I also listen to a lot of music that is sound design focused, so there could be that. What? They always try to make their melodies neutral? What do you mean by that? Hey Cooper, how are you? Playing some FF14. How is that game? Do you like it? Just started, but I like it so far. Not usually an MMO guy. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily consider it MMO, but I've got like 2,000 fucking hours into Warframe. Embarrassing to say, but trying to put words into what I mean, but I kind of can't. But neutral melodies, it feels like there's a general pattern of producers being too afraid to go into more complicated harmonic stuff. Have you heard of Cohen Sound? Have you heard of Mindex? Have you heard of Hudson Lee? Oh yeah, I got stuck in Warframe for a while. Yeah, dude, like my account is embarrassing. And then I've got this other free-to-play game called Mega Man X Dive because I'm a huge Mega Man fan, and I've put way too much fucking money into that game, and I'm also embarrassed. And they get me, dude, and I've got to stop. You've got to stop. Alckemy, you've got a problem. Going outside, basic minor keys, myself included. I've heard them, but they feel like an exception rather than the norm. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, and that's fair. I mean, but you have to realize, like, what is the purpose of bass music or sound design music in general, right? I mean, yeah, and it depends too. Like bass phrasing is actually a lot harder than it seems, at least for me. Because it's about like when you're trying to design a highlight, it's not so much about like the harmonic and musical stuff, but more so about the rhythm, right? And about creating movement. I think would be the best way to describe that. But a lot of times when people do it the best, they usually have some kind of relationship between the two to where they take turns. Struggle with very interesting harmonic ideas with engaging bass, especially in heavier neuro stuff. I'd say make them take turns, like I said before. Well, that was nice. Was no. Okay. So oddly enough, adding some harmonics into this should hopefully make it not so like, because you can hear that it's distorting because of the sine waves and stuff. So I'm going to add just a touch of this like that. And go boom. And go bam. And go bang. When's that set I was talking about on Discord this weekend? It's about 43 minutes done, and I need 17 more minutes of music. And I'm like, fuck. Sort of. Like, it can. It can also be something that, like, is not good. Okay, so even though I recorded the wrong note, it's fine. Because... drum machine. So if I wanted to... There we go. Never mind. Yay. talking much. Apologize. If I automate that plucky ARP thing to have that newer detune sound as the track goes on. Oh, well, it's not automated, but it's modulated. So it comes in every 4 bars. Which I guess I could. Yeah, so that comes in over time. Reverberate. Songs I made today. Sorry. Okay, I like everything except for that last note. that off a bit. I think it's fine. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so we can pretty much do all the things with this with the idea of snap pizzle. And I kind of want to see if this is going to work out, but yeah, I don't know why this one is broken, but it doesn't work. Which I think is really interesting. I don't know why. Anyway, we can use some other ones. Maybe just like the first half, because I don't want to sort through all that. I told myself I was not going to start a new track today. And what have I done? It's really hard to like open a DAW and not make some kind of music. Because a lot of times I like to do this stuff kind of like what we just did, or what I've done here, to just kind of fill the space of the room, if that makes sense. Because this is something that's relatively pleasant to listen to and just kind of has like a nice ghostly vibe, and it's like, oh yeah, you just oh but it sounds kind of cool, so you should do some fuck. So what can you say? You can't say anything, because it'd be that way. This one should get finished, ammo. Maybe. Maybe. I really like that sound. So we can just do something like this and just put like a ROM on it. Just over in the back, maybe. Turn it down. That sounds kind of cool, so maybe we can actually kind of fade that in. Oh, that sounds really pretty. So we can use something like a delay plus and turn the ducking on or whatever. And some of that stuff is okay. Some of it's not. Some of it's okay. Some of it stinks. Hey, Contem. and B. Stretch HD. Sounds like an EVP. Sounds like EVP. I don't know who that is. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's a cool little idea. Like I said, man, like I have so, this was not supposed to be a track. It was just something to put on in the background. So there's that. But I have like such a desire to make music that I hate that I'm like trying to restrain myself from making tunes just because yeah, I'm trying to avoid making tunes or like making serious tunes, or you know what I mean, or like trying to like really focus in and make tracks that I really care about, I think would be the best way to describe that. Just because I'm supposed to be focusing on my set. I actually don't think that I need that long of an intro. Which one? Oh, it's called Alien Shooter. What was it for? It was for PC? There we go, we wrote a track. You know what would be cool is if I think I can, but this would be really sick. Let me see what happens if I leave the arpeggiator on and... Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so we made a tune. Now we just need to fill in the gaps and stuff. And then it's done. It's not done, but you know what I'm saying, you know. Making arrangements, in theory, should not take that long. I've just recently put out like a masterclass on finishing tunes and stuff, and also just on like how to finish music in general. And even though there's a lot of intricate stuff that I would want to do with this, for example, like bounce everything to audio and then like start doing more chopping and whatnot, if you can sketch an arrangement, then the chances of you finishing music are so much higher. Because once you have like the main idea and it sounds cool, which we started with this. But once you have something like that, then whenever it gets into like the other stuff of just like making intricate cuts or whatever, it becomes so much easier because, like I said, you can just bounce all this to audio and have a ton of fun just like cutting everything up, you know. So like even with this, right, because I love this little thing, you know, just something, you know, fucking, and this is like where the bread and butter comes into place, aside from mixing, right? You can even do stuff like this, where you come into play here and then you go like that. Right, and that's my point. Is like people, like the biggest thing that I get with my channel are two things. One is, well, three things. Is one, how do you make a neuro bass? The second thing is, how do you use a neuro bass in a song? The third thing is, how do I get out of the 8-bar loop of death? So by trying to, you know, tackle all of those and you know, trying to address those issues and stuff, you can try to solve them and think about okay, that decided not to. What ups? What? Right, and then you can get into stuff like this where you take little bits and pieces, kind of like so. And then like you just have fun like cutting shit like that, and it makes it so much more fun when you just start with like, I'm telling you guys, if you can get into making a loop that you're happy with, then when it comes to the other stuff, like it's so much easier to work with. Unless if you're trying to do like one of those tracks, which I've done many times, where you're almost doing like 3 different songs in one, to which I would just say fucking sketch 3 ideas and then figure out how to connect them. But what I would do personally is just focus on creating, you know, like a 4-bar, a 2-bar loop even that sounds cool, that you want to repeat on loop, that you're like, oh man, I'm happy with this. And then sketch out your arrangement or whatever. make maybe two different versions right next to each other, so that way you've got an A and a B section. In this case, I did the reverse. I just copy pasted this, and then I took out the melody stuff, or I took out the chord progression, and that made it a lot easier to work with. But like once you have that, then you've got two different sections. You focus on building the intro, you focus on building a really easy outro, and then you've got yourself a tune. And then it doesn't have to be that complicated. I'm telling this more so to myself, you guys, than it is to you, but it applies. But the cool thing is, like, one of the biggest hacks that you can get out of this is that your outro and your intro can serve as the same purpose as a bridge, or a build or a break. And so they all kind of work together and help you figure out whether or not you want to go into something else for the track. So, like, for example, I'm just using this as an outro as like a BS way to get out of the tune and say like, hey, it's over. But you can easily use this as a transition to get into a different piece. Like, this would be a great segue to go into something darker. But with that, you know, those are tools that you can use to either continue the track or to, you know, do something different, or to just be like, you know what, I just wanted to create a cool little beat, have a couple variations. We've got a way to get into the track, we've got a way to get out of it, and that's all it has to be. Because more often than not, I think that we write tunes that we don't like. And I do like this by all means, so there's that, but I think that, you know, we write more garbage than we do gold. Hopefully that conversion rate can be like at least mitigated, right? So maybe like we write half bullshit, half good stuff. But even in that sense, it's kind of just a matter of like how to me it's always about finishing tunes. Just finish the song and then you can get better at it. Everything else will become a lot easier to work with. Well, it's funny you say that, because I actually have this philosophy that I've like segued into of make trash and then turn it into treasure. And so like all those beats that I made earlier today, I didn't really care about because I I actually forgot to do it, but I should have just exported those. But I've been in a really big habit of just like making loops that sound like shit or that are kind of in the whatever realm, and then being like, okay, now that I have that, hold on one second, I'm looking for it. Now that I have that, I can like transform this or resample this into other stuff. And the workflow, like the key to it is quote unquote a resampling workflow. But I made all these beats in XO. And what those are designed to do was just sketch stuff. And then I can throw those loops back into Bitwig and then start processing them and change them into, you know, into stuff that's like akin to like actual halftime loops or whatever. But having the ability to just like make mistakes and make garbage music is something I think is really important for people to grasp. Myself included. Because if you just focus on like vibing and then sketching, and then if you like it, you can continue working on the track. If you don't like it, you can bounce it out and then throw that loop back into something else. So, and that's kind of the point, is to throw those back into, I'm not even going to chop them. I'm just going to resample them and time stretch them. But there's some other stuff that I made within this that's just like, I guess these would be more like chop things that you would chop. Maybe not that, but right, stuff like that. That stuff I would chop. Maybe. But yeah. I mean, I've even made some garbage beats on machine. What is it? iMachine that's on the phone. Just to, again, turn it into stuff that's like supposed to be, I think it's under recent drums, I want to say. No. Hold on. Where is it? Maybe Alckemy drums? No. Thanks, members. Oh, this is what I did some of those stuff with the MPC. Stuff like that, I guess. Which, by the way, for all of you Ether members, there is a link to this both in my Discord and in the and on YouTube. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so this is stuff that I made on my phone just to like fuck off and have fun, but that was kind of cool. So, you know, take these ideas and even the stuff that I made from the NPC, even this kind of stuff. And then just like use that as like resampling material. because you can just like immediately start pitching it. You can start adding distortion. You can start, you know, you can throw a snap heap or multipass on it or whatever, and just like start going to town. And sometimes it's a lot faster to process a sample or to start, you know, mangling a sample in audio than it is to like design everything from scratch and then try to resample it anyways. It's almost like skipping ahead. And it doesn't really matter if the sample is garbage or not. It's more of a matter of like, I guess it depends. It's kind of like, what are you trying to do to it? And what are you trying to use it for? And then also, how creative are you with, you know, mangling and transforming sound? And to be honest, like, my channel name is Alckemy Neuro, but I think that the big theme of my channel beyond that is resampling. Resample. And probably that's why I make so many videos about Faceplant and Bitwig, is because Faceplant is one of the easiest things to get an insane amount of variation from, and Bitwig is one of the most insane pieces of gear or software that you can use that makes it hella easy to resample in the first place. Put the idea into words better than anyone I've heard. Well, it's something that like I haven't mastered yet, and well, I don't know if I'll ever master it, but it's something that I'm still in the refinement process of. Because again, I just want to make better music, right? But more importantly, I also want to enjoy the process. So that's why I bought an MPC Live. I bought XO. I've invested in some other things that aren't too expensive, but I've invested in things to allow me to just make shitty music. Because I know that if I'm confident enough in my resampling processes, then I can turn whatever it is that I've spent all that time with, rather than throwing it in the garbage and never returning to it. I can toss that back in and use it for future things. I have a video on this of like, you know, don't abandon your work in progress things, or don't abandon your 8-bar loops. But through that mindset, it's teaching you how to prepare, but how to have fun preparing, and how to not worry about what the outcome is in the initial stages. Because think about it. Electronic music in general was made from sampling, right? That was the age of sampling, the 80s, 90s, 2000s, whatever. No, I'm talking about abandoning it as in like you never finish it, as in like you never come back to it. That's what I'm saying. Most people abandon it as in like they might keep the project file, but they don't ever revisit it, or they're like, fuck my tracks, you know, because I hate it and it's going to be banished to my backup drive. I'm talking about flipping your own stuff. Like flip your own music, flip your own shit. So make garbage, have fun doing it, and then figure out how to flip that into something that's a lot more fun. And you're able to address a lot of problems with that too. If you make a loop and the drums sound like garbage, fucking resample them and make it into percussion or something that doesn't have to be so upfront. Then get yourself a good kick, and that could make up for your shortcomings of like drum sound design. If you've got some bass phrases or something, then you could try to make your own. If it doesn't work out, then stretch them out and use them as effects. But you know what I mean? Like regurgitate all that stuff. Everything that you make is valuable depending on the mindset that you go into it. So for example, like this one turned out okay. We should save it. But that last project that I was working on, the So Dumb one, like this is a hot pile of shit. But if I were to bounce it out, something in here is usable. Something in here is definitely usable. So I could take the drums, I could take the bass, I could just honestly just do this, where we go like that, and then hit J. And now that we have that, there's actually, like, I hear some stuff that could be cool. I think I just fucked up too much in the process of that. But even still, right from that, I took that, and now throwing that back into, a brand new project, and looking at it like this, as opposed to what it was, like, you can start to think about different shit like this. Oh, and depending on what genre you want to make it into as well, but you can start thinking about, other things that are just like the drums, or right? Even then, that gives me a different idea. You could even do something like this, and this created a call and response. And now we've got something that's a little bit different, because all of these still have bass in them, and it doesn't sound great, but and then you can even do something like this. Na, na. And then you can start cutting that up into something different, and like, you know what I mean? Like, you can start to see it in a different light, and that's kind of right. So maybe you can even take something like this, and then we can start mangling. Oh, wait. Undo here. Something kind of like this. Hold on, let me listen to this. I think that was from the other project, but okay. That's kind of cool. I don't know how that happened, but create a new track, and start from here, and then you go like this, and then you just put this on every fourth beat. Kind of like so. Just bear with me. Put a time shift on it. So maybe we can even do something where we move that one off. We move that one off, kind of like so. And then now it's a little bit off and should have a little bit more groove, but we can use a frequency shifter. Maybe not. Maybe a saturator. you just start seeing things in a different light, and making that becomes a lot more fun and a lot more interesting, because when you can only see something for what it is, then it becomes like one-dimensional, right? But you know, for this, what if I did something like this? There we go. But now, you see, like, more ideas are starting to come out from that, and like, even though I'm not really interested in continuing with this per se, you can see that like there's so much more that you can get out of it. And that is money. Sorry, I'm eating half of a pizza, so I'm still eating. I apologize if it's getting nasty, but right? So then you can even start doing shit like this, where you know, you can start finding these in-betweens here that might sound kind of cool. Okay, like there wasn't much in there, but there was one thing. Right? But then you go back and you take this first piece of this, like so, and I always put in track delay, but it's time shift. start doing the same shit. Those are some cool sounds. Thanks, Carl. So you can start doing stuff like replacing like that little sound is pretty right, and we're just kind of searching for stuff that sounds kind of interesting. So we can, you know, if something doesn't line up right, we can always do something like that. Right, but you can see like we've totally changed this into something completely different than what it was. So that's kind of what... Shit. That's kind of what you're looking to do. You can also... do something like that to where like you don't want to, you just use the kick. Right? So no, that's fine. But don't worry about like having everything be super clean and whatever, just fuck it up. But you know, now we've created something that is almost like a remix of this. I'm using it a lot. Really great to see people using Bitwig. Thanks for sharing stuff. Yeah, for sure. I've been using Bitwig and doing content on YouTube for a couple years now. And I've got tons of tutorials and whatnot, but you stepped into this rant that I've been going on about saving your projects, even if your 8-bar loops are garbage, and fleshing out like or finishing an idea, and forcing yourself to at least finish the arrangement, so that way you can walk away from it feeling a little bit better. And kind of where I'm at right now is just the idea of wanting to get better at like mixing and shit, but You know, something you can even do something like that, drag that to a different track. Like, I even wonder what this would sound like. Okay, so dope. So what you can do with this is you can actually duplicate this and then change the entire thing to -12. And then, hold on one sec. You can just, shit. So just do that and shorten up those transients. Well, it's 3 a.m. I have to sleep. Hope to catch another stream soon. Yeah, dude, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. I usually stream a lot earlier, but, well, I didn't today, so. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of like bouncy, whippy shit in that, and that's really fucking cool. But you know, if just one of those things that you can implement to. You know, and then you can do something like this to where you can pull off of that, pull off of this, pull off of that, and just do something like that to where okay, I think I would rather place that there. But right? So, you know, through all that, we've found a much different way to approach this shitty loop that I made earlier. But that's what I'm talking about with, like, and I wouldn't even say that this is amazing, but it does sound a lot more interesting than... It was a lot more interesting than what it was. Now it has a bunch of like bounce and pull and stuff at least. Right, so you can pretty much go and do the same thing. And then there you go. Obviously it sounds crushed to death and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's still a lot. So, or a lot of cool shit that you can do. So anyways, I've been live for about 6 hours. I think that it's time for me to skedaddle. Like and subscribe if you can. We've got a giveaway going on to where I'm giving out a Sensal Morph to one lucky winner once we hit 100 active Ether members or above. So if you guys are interested in joining, I've got tons of downloads and goodies and stuff and whatnot. Skidaddy. Not trying to take your money, but if you want to enter the giveaway, that's one way to do it. I think that, yeah, I think that there's a couple of things that I got to do. But with that being said, thank you all so much for joining me. I hope that you all had as much fun as I did. I'm going to go chill. Yeah, feel free to check out the tutorials and stuff. But whenever I get back from the festival, to which I'm leaving Wednesday, I will be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday. But when I get back from the festival, then we'll get back to getting into making music and stuff. So yeah, much love to you guys. Thank you so much for everything. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. Oyasumi.